All right, I'll be back. Okay. We want to start it proper here. Here we go. Yeah, so I'm trying to sort out this new Chaos Chimera fight. It looks simple enough. I just don't think I understand his notations. So I think I'm gonna try it at least once. It's worth a shot, said it's more consistent. So why not? Alright, that was a little slow, I guess. A little bit. I'm just not getting the swaps in the fight. So it looks like the first turn, it's like a meaty uses Chasm. Speeded uses Judgment. But we're not in that order, right? Yeah, I don't know. And I don't know. I don't know if I want to go for that, I guess. Maybe he'll show up here and kind of let me know what's up. I've been asking in the Discord. Hmm. And that whole time I was like looking for Torrent, and Torrent is a Jin that you don't even get in the run anymore. So it's like the notes weren't updated very much with the video that Legrand has. feel like I'm mashing a little bit slower here. Or if you can even call it mashing, you know? I'm just kind of rubbing the DS, the button. Get in there. Nice and easy does it. Yeah, I just keep looking at that fight. I don't know. I don't know what I want to do. I think I'll probably decide when I get there. Oh, that was super bad movement. Jeez. Dang. Could have been a little bit faster. I'm still trying to get used to just using the X button there. Let's go. That's fine, I guess. That's one encounter here. Dude, bumping the wall is so annoying. It's so easy to do with the analog stick, though. 2 encounters. I can see where this is going already. It's not going to be a pretty run. Three? Alright, I'm already behind then. That sucks, dude. At this rate, I'm probably gonna get like 2 more. Go, go, go. Don't like to stay in that room longer than I have to. Okay, so what's that, 4? Yeah, definitely behind. By about maybe 10 seconds or so. Let's go. Definitely sucks to start a run in the red, but it's whatever. I'm an idiot, dude. Why did I do that? Silly. How much health does this thing have? That's 300. That's weird. It has 300 health, so like theoretically that should have killed, right? With Tiamat. So I wonder if Isaac and Garrett attack, like, does it actually deal damage? So weird. I don't think they actually deal damage when they attack normally. Well, that was awful. Nothing that can't be overcome, though. Like, that can easily get wiped away. So one thing I like to do is kind of track my time loss and what elements make me gain or lose time. And, well, for that split, it was pretty obvious. I messed up the fight a little bit. So I assumed that when Isaac attacked, he did like 200-something damage, right? So theoretically, I just summoned Tiamat in the fight. But it looks like they don't... They maybe just don't calculate damage on there. Like, onto the boss. So if Isaac or Garrett attacks, then it's just an extra action and you end up losing time, it looks like. Well, learned a little something at least, right? I wonder if it says anything about that on the Wikipedia page. Yeah, that's weird. Something weird happened there. Plop. Yep, I see what kind of run this is gonna be. It's already kind of crap, man. I can bring it back, though. Hero Link, what's up? How's it going? I haven't seen you in a while. Oh yeah, I said I haven't seen you in a while. How's it going? Honestly, I think when I start, I'm probably gonna like play some ads so people don't get pre-rolls as they come in here. It's very annoying. Every time I do that. Whoops. Alright, so the menu burnt a couple seconds here. I've been running this game, so I've actually been staying on like a little bit later. Later than usual. But yeah, I've been learning this speedrun over the last month or so. And now I'm doing full attempts. Got it down to 9 hours. My potential, though, is definitely to get it down to 7.5 to 7 hours. For sure. Uh-oh, I'm gonna miss the cycle, I think. Oh my god. Dang it. So many things are going wrong right now. I missed it by like half a step. You lose like 4 seconds for that. $59 flat. Awful. Yeah, so my run last night would have been around 8 hours. But the last boss is pretty awful in the speedrun. Pretty awful casually, too. So it took a long time to beat him. Or to get at least like a mostly favorable pattern from him. Yeah, so the run is going to be, once I really get everything down packed, it's going to be about 7 hours, 7.5 hours. And my run last night was about 9. Just because the final boss is so difficult. Yeah, it's a fun speed run. The end is a little bit choppy though. Like the end of the run is like way harder than like anything else in it. It's pretty chill overall, to be honest. Getting my note sheet together too, so I don't mess up any of the fights. Yeah, there's actually quite a bit of RNG. So you'll gain and lose time off of the amount and type of encounters that you get traveling from place to place. And there's also boss RNG to contend with, but usually that's not too bad. Most of the bosses in this game are pretty dang easy, to be honest. I might not move that one. Oh, I can. Sweet. There's one particularly scary boss fight in the next section, but then after that, it's really just mostly on you and how you set up. And at least for the bosses on the first third of the game, you have some, a little bit of latitude, right? You get more as the game goes on, and you get more gen. But generally, if you mess up on a boss on the first third of the game, it's gonna take like 1 or 2 more turns to correct it. Which will probably equate to another like minute or so in time loss. But yeah, the bosses are they're pretty easy, and then as you go along, it's just like you get more and more options. So it gets a little bit harder to mess up a fight later on in the game. The final 2 are pretty terrible, though. Where am I? Not sure I understand what you wrote. But yeah, it definitely is a run where like little things add up. You can get an encounter that you want to flee from, you might be able to flee from, but you probably won't, you maybe won't get away on the first turn. And so it'll cost you some time there. Oh, so yeah, so the final boss and then just the last third of the game. Just with the encounters there, they can be kind of hard to deal with, and I need to learn how to deal with them a bit more efficiently than I am right now. You type with the stylus? Jeez. I feel like I can't type on a phone unless it's my fingers. I'm maybe gonna get hit. Yeah. Probably gonna get hit by this one too. I felt like I was a little late on that. Should be good here, right? Yeah. Okay, and then this thing is... I don't think that's gonna burn it up. Get a couple extra steps in here. Yeah, see, I haven't done much in the run yet already, and you can see the time loss is already kind of stacked. Here we go, blow it up. Yeah, so I kind of learned this run gradually, and I just created my splits as I went along. So technically I've had splits the entire time. The only game I don't... Well, I have splits for Trials now, but I wasn't using splits for it for a while. Just because I kind of didn't feel like it. But I've had splits for other games forever. Yeah, the other reason I didn't have splits for Trials is because I was streaming it from the same computer. So I wouldn't have been able to split without affecting something in-game. And then after I got my new computer, I just didn't make splits for it. Yeah, I think I made splits for Trials now. I feel like I probably did. Hey, I'll take it. No encounter run. Yeah, so I kind of tracked that in my head. When I didn't have any splits. Like I already run it so much that I already knew what marks I was at. I mean, obviously that information wasn't displayed to everyone watching, but yeah, I knew it at least. I can fight this one. Sure. Yeah, it's not stretched out too much. I'm also put the bilinear filtering on. I can't really tell which one looks better. I had the what, anisotropic filtering, I believe it was before. And at least one person said it looked kind of blurry. So I changed it to this. So it looks at least kind of smooth over a little bit. I mean, like, release DS games on console? They have done that a couple times with the Switch. They were like remastered games, though. They just kind of incorporated the second screen somewhere on the screen. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe it was too complicated. Maybe they didn't think they would make enough money to be able to put like a Nintendo DS player add-on or something. That would have been cool though. And it would make a lot of these games like quite a bit more accessible. Yeah, see, like I don't think they would do that. Yeah, the most you would get is something like a PS TV. And I don't think that was a very big seller for Sony, so maybe they decided not to go that route. There's also the problem of working out the two screens. So your controller would almost need to be like a Wii U kind of thing. Where you have the controller itself and probably the touchscreen like right in between there. Yeah, I feel like maybe one of the reasons would be, it's just a little too complicated. Because you have some games that like switch the action between the top and the bottom screen like constantly. Like 4 Heroes of Light, I can't even stream it like this. Just because when you're on the overworld, the action is on one screen. And then when you get into battle, the action is on a different screen. So I have to like change my layout to like even side by side. So I'm not sure how that would really work with a consoleized version. Yeah, it'd be a weird thing for sure. Nice. I'd actually like to see how they did that. Is it for like 3DS or just regular DS? Yeah, I also kind of wonder how they do that. On just regular DS then. See, I feel like with a solution like that, I'd probably just want to go with 3DS. And then that way, you'd be covered. You'd be covered with the regular DS2. I guess in most cases. Man, I gotta get a different pillow. This one's like too flat. I'm not gonna be able to take a break for a while though. But yeah, you see here, like, in my last attempt on these splits, I got, like, maybe 1 or 2 encounters down this stretch before I got to, this gate. And I just got a bunch there. So, technically I'm behind, but there are elements that can put me ahead too. There are also elements I can just neutralize. So the run's a bit exciting and frustrating in that way. This is the first game that I speedrun that... Well, not that has random encounters, but that you actually have to try to avoid. So run Ultima 4, and on that game, you really have to take the random encounters because you need a certain amount at the end of the game. Okay, I want to overwrite Fireball here, right? Perfect. Yeah, if you're picking those up, though, like, those are probably going to cost you, like, a couple $1,000s. Like, dev kits are always, like, super expensive. Okay. See, that was a good encounter. So everyone's at level 6. I can do the Jin Shuffle here, and then... Probably get another one here. Nope. All good. So if I have a normal ruins, I should erase most of that time loss. This is not a normal ruins already. Well, maybe it still could be. I usually get, like, only a couple encounters. I don't know, maybe if you get a dev kit, you can take it to, like a hardware engineer, or somebody that kind of works on this kind of stuff, and maybe they can reverse engineer it. And maybe that gets us, like, more, probably more advanced, more modern, 3DS kits. That'd be cool. Okay, so I'm probably behind by a minute plus now. This seed is pretty heavy on the encounters. Yeah, but again, like, the problem is just kind of figuring that out, right? Like, how to use both screens. And right now, the only solution is, like, remastering games, which they've done for a few. But yeah, it's like we were just saying, like, the second screen just complicates things quite a bit. So it's not like a Game Boy where it's just... You just put the guts inside something that runs on... Oh, what the heck? Just put the guts inside something that, you know, runs on TV like a GameCube, and then it works pretty much the same way. You got a controller, got a screen, and that's it. Where on the DS, it's like you got a controller, you got a screen, and that's fine, but then you have a second screen that's touch sensitive, and then you also have a microphone. Which I guess the microphone part isn't, you know, too hard to replicate, right? You can just, like, put that in the controller. The new NSW console? I'm not even sure what that is. I heard something about, like, maybe a weird Intellivision console or something like that. I haven't looked into it, though. If you're talking about just next generation consoles in general... What am I doing here? I'm probably gonna get a Switch. I think they announced, like, the OLED Switch, so I've been waiting this long. I'm not sure if they're gonna do, like, a Switch upgrade. I feel like they're probably not, so I'm probably just gonna grab the yeah, the OLED one. Call it a day. As far as like PS5, oops, I'm doing this, I guess. Put the theory to the test. All right, that's actually a time save, inadvertently. Yeah, I'm probably gonna pick one of those up, most likely. I don't know about a PS5 or a Series X. I feel like if I do get a next-gen console, besides Switch, it's probably gonna be PS5. That way I can play Final Fantasy VII Remake if it doesn't come to PC. Which I feel like it probably won't. Because a lot of the other, like, more modern Final Fantasy games have released, and then a year later, like, they get ported to PC. That hasn't happened thus far. It's got ported to PS5. So I don't know. I don't really see a PC port in the works, but you never know. And I would hate to spend a bunch of money on a console just for that, pretty much. And then I could just spend like 60 bucks and get the game itself. Yeah, that's what I mean, that's a possibility for sure. Where they might just be releasing the PS5 version and then working on porting that one to PC. I highly doubt they would port the PS4 version. But you never know with Square. They're kind of weird sometimes. I gotta grab my squishy pillow at some point. This is actually like kind of hurting my shoulder a little bit, this position. Yeah, I switched over to PC in the last generation just because a lot of things started going like multi-platform. And if you're not really into the exclusives of a console, then you might as well just have that, you know? I don't know. I kind of feel like that's maybe why they're making more console exclusives. Like, who knows if, again, who knows if Final Fantasy VII Remake... Always with this, man. Who knows if Final Fantasy VII Remake will ever come to PC? It could just stay on... Dude, what? It could just stay on PS5 and be a console seller. Same with the 16. That was a super good menu just now, jeez. Yeah, but you don't have to buy more than one console. A lot of people probably will. But the majority of people are going to end up with, like, one or the other. And you're right about, like, PC does have, like, cross-generation support, so I guess you'll be saving money in that respect. But again, like, those are exclusives, right? So those are never coming to PC. Those are never going anywhere besides the consoles they're on. Unless they get ported, right? But when they get ported, they're going to get ported to, like, the same company's console. Like, I think they ported the Nathan Drake collection to PS4. Yeah, but you gotta think, like, you're getting those games, plus, like, all the multi-platform games as well. So, I don't know. There's pros and cons to each situation. And then with consoles, you don't have to worry about... I mean, you can just get the next iteration, but then as far as, like, the technology is concerned, you're set for, like... I don't know, what's a console's lifespan nowadays? Like 5 to 7 years? Where with PC, you might have to, like, upgrade your graphics card and other parts and whatnot. And a lot of people just want a simple play experience, you know? No skeletons. Let's go. You never know. Like me, I play a lot of old games too, so it's like I'm kind of cool with what I got. Like I've got a good PC that's gonna last like, you know, probably like a decade or so without really needing to upgrade anything. And I'm really like kind of picking and choosing the games that I want to buy nowadays anyway. There was a period where I was getting like pretty much everything that was coming out. Like pre-ordering and whatnot. Now I'm very selective. Okay, somehow I saved a bunch of time. Okay, side grenade, that's good. Scouting, that's good. Regular attack. I like it. What, oil drop, chill here, and then just defend with you. Textbook. There we go. That was a good one. Yeah, and if you're like in the old games, there's like a lot of solutions for that nowadays too. Like you can use emulators if you want. If you want something that's more of a console type experience, you can just pick up a Mister. Mister has like a lot of cores that are constantly just being worked on, and you know, you got options. Got X Station that's out now. Dreamcast SD, you know? Yeah, the leap from PS4 to PS5 doesn't seem to be all that big. Some of the PS5 games do look like super impressive, though. Like, I don't know if you've seen the Ratchet and Clank game, but oh my god, it looks excellent. Like, it looks very, very impressive. And it is definitely a next-gen experience, for sure. But we're still kind of in the early stages, right? Devs are still kind of feeling out the console. Oh, Ratchet and Clank's a PS5 exclusive. Yeah, it's not a PC game. But yeah, even just seeing people stream that, and like keep in mind that like on Twitch you can't even stream in like 4K HDR, you know? And if it looks good like that, it looks even better on their end. Yeah, Ratchet and Clank, I believe, has always been a Sony exclusive. I don't think so. I'm pretty sure they're not. Like, every Ratchet and Clank that I've known has been on, like, PS2, PSP. It's a bit of a longer cutscene here to reposition. But yeah, if Ratchet and Clank were on PC, like, my PC can definitely handle it. Like, I have a GTX 3090 in my new one, so it's like not a problem at all. Like, that's beyond what the PS5 itself has, I believe. I think it has like a 20 series in there. Yeah, and that's what I was trying to do. That was my aim with building this computer, was try to future-proof it a little bit. See, just like that. Just like that, I'm ahead again, right? And then I do that. What I wanted to do was that. Losing a little bit of time. And now my time save is probably neutralized with all this, right? Third time flee. Yep. Yeah, so I'm probably back to, like, green donuts at this point. These menus are, like, so weird, man. Always throwing me off a bit. Had a bad relationship with your computer? Did it just give you problems all the time? Bravo. One more thing. Gone through a few graphics cards. What are you doing to it, man? It's crazy. This seed is really, really heavy on the encounters. It's not going to be an easy one to get through. It's like you only ever hear about people burning through a graphics card like once in a great while, you know? It's crazy that you've gone through multiple graphics cards. Blocked? Nope. Good. That's crazy, dude. I hate getting encounters in here. I think I can flee, though, now. Yeah, this split's gonna be trash. For sure. Okay, yeah, it's not too bad then. Which game did work your PC? Ragnarok Online. Wait, I need... yeah, Earthquake for these guys. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure about Ragnarok Online. I don't know what the graphics power of that game is. I'm assuming it's kind of low, if you're saying it's silly, though. So it wasn't just like a mobile version, it was just like the same kind of game. Like they ported the exact same thing to PC. I don't know, maybe there was something wrong with your graphics card already. That just kind of exacerbated it. Oh god. I'm not paying attention. It's easy to get lost in like the cutscene mashing here. I had the same problem with Sword of Mana. I had to like memorize certain marks near the end of the cutscene and start paying attention again. Sandstorms. Thought you lived in the UK. In Rome? Yeah, that makes more sense. I'm assuming you mean Rome. Oh. I'll be back in a second here. All right. That's a lot more comfortable. That is definitely much more comfortable. Now I can actually, like, relax my shoulders, you know? You know, it's actually crazy how much time these cutscenes consume, in like just in passage. Like my next split is 144. And I think I'm behind a little bit. Like, I had a little leeway, obviously, leaving Compa Ruins. But I think that's already blown. Like, I'm at the point where I can run from encounters now. Since most of my party's at level 10. So I have no Jin on standby, right? I need to put one on there. Just for, like, encounters in general, I guess. I need to get Reef back to Prism. Which he doesn't need for this next fight. Karis needs Prism, and I think that's generally where I mess up. Nothing you can do but pretty much sit here and mash through these. The best thing about this cutscene is the way he slides down the stairs at the end. And you only come up here for like one item, which is kind of crazy, right? Back to playing position here. You gotta go to like relax mode for mash position. Alright, I potentially will still make a green split. I kind of doubt it, though. If I get an encounter, I'm like red for sure. But I might be red already. I feel like I'm not going to get to Ether and kill him in a minute. You gotta move it, though. You need to move it. Yep. Single kobold. Difficult to get away from. Somewhat difficult to get away from, at least. So Ether has a chance to spawn here. Oops. Probably him, yep. Hit him with the Prism, and then we can hit him with the Ramesses and the Tiamots. And sit back and enjoy the show. Alright, so I'm not going to be too red here. I had a little bit of leeway because last time he ran away. Can I just run? I can run. Okay. I don't remember it. I have heard of it, though. I've never actually played it. Alright, time for more mashing. I wish I had like a proper desk here, so I didn't have to keep switching positions. It's actually a tad annoying. A mint original flyer. It's pretty sweet, man. Yeah, I'm trying to pick up like some like little odds and ends for things that I like. Have like a little display right here. And I have a 4 Heroes of Light poster. I kind of want to get that framed. It's just like a little tiny thing. I tried to pick up, there was like a Golden Sun banner that there was an auction for. And it wasn't going for much at first. But then it's like, somebody sniped it, and maybe like the last like 2 minutes of it, and the bets went, or the bets, the what do you call them? Anyway, they were sitting at around like 50, and then it just like automatically shot up to like 400. Keep forgetting the A-mash there. Yeah, that's a good one. That's like the anniversary collection poster. Then I got a couple more. I got like a Club Nintendo poster. I don't know if it's like showing up on camera, but it's like back in like 2010 or so, 2009 and 10. Like the DS stuff was really big. I was buying a lot of DS games and getting those Club Nintendo points. And then I ordered like 2 poster sets. I ordered a Zelda poster set and a Mario one. And the Zelda one came with this really cool poster. It's like the history of Legend of Zelda up to that point. Stops with what's that, Wind Waker? No, it stops with Spirit Tracks. I think that's it. No, actually stops with Phantom Hourglass. That's how long ago that was. Not even Spirit Tracks. The Mario history poster didn't look as cool, honestly. Yeah, that one came with Dragon Quest IX. It's like a GameStop pre-order bonus. I actually need to clean that up a little bit, to be honest. It's got some stuff on it. It's the first time I've done that, and it's been any kind of smooth. Yeah, and then I've got like some Bravely Default stuff, which is why I want to get the 4 Heroes of Light poster framed. See, I don't really need to hotkey grip here, huh? It's like a one-time use thing. Well, the composer is Motoi Sakuraba. So he did music for a lot of different series, but I think the ones that people recognize him in the most, like Valkyrie Profile and Star Ocean, and this Golden Sun. You gotta be kidding me with these ghosts, man. Yeah, he also did the music for Dark Souls as well. But I think most people don't recognize him from that. Bro, you are still alive. What's with that guy, man? I should have shifted left there on one of my casts. See, I've never played any of the Star Ocean games. I've never even, like, really spectated them. I've seen someone play, like, part of the Super Nintendo one, like a translation patch. And I think I'm pretty sure I've seen, like, part of, like, one of the PS4 releases. I think it was, like, a remastered one, though. I don't know. What do you think? Worth getting into? Pretty hit and miss. Well, gotta try stuff, right? Can't blame companies for trying stuff. And that's why I think one of the reasons I think this game didn't sell very well is that they didn't really try anything new. They didn't evolve the formula. There's like no new mechanics. As far as that's concerned, you're pretty much playing the previous two games in the series. And, like, not even that. They removed some stuff. So in Lost Age, I believe you could have some weapons were, like, special, and they could change your class, like, alone. And they removed those from this game. Yeah, see, there's like so many games I wanna check out, but then I'm like speed running all the time, so it's like I've been thinking about it, and I think I'm just gonna go ahead and do it and start streaming like a third day during the week. It's like before I was running like trials and whatnot. It's like a 3-hour game or less, so I can just do a run of that. It goes how it goes. Hopefully I PB, and then I could just switch to casual stuff. But then, like, running this, it's like a 7-hour game, so it takes up an entire stream, you know? So I can't really fit anything in afterwards. So I'm just gonna move to a third night a week. Streaming. Just streaming casual stuff, so I don't have to sit down and, like, really, like, commit to a set amount of hours. Can just do, like, 2 or 3 hours or whatever and get off. Yeah, so, yeah, I haven't forgotten about that. Probably going to check out Monster Hunter Stories 2 first, because I picked that up last month. It actually released today, and I was thinking about actually just streaming that today instead. But then it's like, you know what? I figured I'd get another run in, and then I'll just do that sometime during the week. Well, I just tend to do those. It's part of my normal thing anyway, you know? I haven't been playing much retro stuff lately, though. Really like this year at all. Well, I guess maybe you can probably count Valkyrie Profile as retro now. It's like it's old enough. So I suppose that counts. Yeah, but for the most part, I've been on, like, more modern games. Oh, you have a, like, complete? Is it complete? It had to be pretty expensive. Yeah, you can post it if you want. Oh, a little late on that prompt. I don't know, if you have like a link to it, you can just post it in the chat if you want. I'm gonna be a little behind on this, I think. Simplified what the gen setup looks like. So I'm not super concerned with the names for the most part now. Just have the specific ones kind of separated from the others. So it should make my menuing a little bit faster. If you have a Discord account, you can just send it over there. Dab time. Righto. All right, let's go. Okay, so Kara should have 2 Venus. Which include... Oh, wait, 2 Mars, sorry. That's fine. Boom, boom. And then these actually should be split up. So Matt should have 2 Venus, 1, 2, and then Sleet. And then you get Chill. And then Tyrell gets Bark. And then you get that. Boom, boom, boom. See how much simpler that was? That was a slick menu. Alright, turn 1. I always forget this. Hit him with the Bramble Seed. Hit him with the Judgment. You get to Judgment from Bark here. And then hit him with the Nereid. That's smooth turn 1. Bring in those waters. Boom. I'll have Karis herb herself. And then what do we do here? Yeah, drop a Spire on his head. Boom. And then Tyrell defends because he does no damage. And then Prism. Good choice. Boom. Then it's a round of Jin. Flower, boom. Sleet, boom. And then Chill, boom. And then push damage. Plasma, defense, and near it for the win. Let's go. Textbook fight there. A round of Jin? Jin are like the little kind of Pokemon looking things. They're kind of bouncing around on the top screen there. So the Jin are really what makes Golden Sun possible in like this battle system. They're used to kind of change classes. They give characters different stats. You can mix and match to get different sort of magic. It's a really nice way to have a lot of variety with a few characters. And then you can put them in a state that's called standby. When you do that, you can summon them. And then when you summon them in battle, a turn later, they get sent back to you. So you got to keep track of that kind of stuff, right? Because your classes are going to change, your psi energy is going to change. And yeah, once you get into it and you're playing Golden Sun, it's a pretty nice system. Yeah, and it's too bad that they didn't evolve the mechanics a little bit with this game. I think that would have given it a nice boost. Yeah, and once you get so many gen that are on standby, you can get a particular summons, right? So there's a level 1, 2, 3, and 4 to the base summons. All right, I'm just gonna kill these guys just to be safe. So they're the same places that they usually are. Who has healing at this point? Okay. This was pretty good, and now kind of trash, I guess. Alright, that was really bad. Yeah, so some of them are out in the wild. Some of them are in dungeons. I'm just kind of all over the place. Like the curse of like something bad happening as soon as you get a gold split, right? Because it just has to. But yeah, the gens, some of them are out on the world map. Like, I have 2 with me that I caught. They spawn in specific areas on the world map. So I caught them. The ones that are like in a dungeon or in a town, usually if you have to solve a puzzle to get to them, they won't put up a fight. But if it's like this one right here, then you just walk up to it and it'll fight you. Oh god, this is actually getting counter here. Okay, I wanted to get that cuddle. Okay, I will probably get like 1 or 2 more encounters, and then I don't have to worry about it anymore. Whoa, dude. Whoa. These gens sometimes get like a little out of hand. It's kind of annoying. Sometimes they like preempt you. Yeah, so I try to size the second screen to where it's not like you can see the information. Oh god, what am I doing? You can see the information, but it's not like super intrusive. This dungeon started out really well, especially with the boost from the gold split, and has been going terribly ever since. I didn't get this far with the simplification of my gin setup. Could have been executed way better. It's all good though. Yeah, Golden Sun games have a good system. Like, for sure. In this game, they only gave you, like, one really unique character to work with. And she really only joined you, like, for good, like, near the end of the game. Yeah, that's a game I want to play, Wild Arms. It's also the reason I want some sort of solution for PlayStation stuff. I kind of want to pick up an X Station, to be honest. Because picking up PS1 RPGs is just... it's expensive, man. Oh, X Station? It's like a SD drive. Well, not an SD drive. It is kind of like, what is it? How the Dreamcast SD works. Where it's kind of like an EverDrive for the PlayStation. You get that installed and you can play your PlayStation library just from there. No discs needed. Pretty neat thing. Yeah, I don't really know how to describe it in depth. I don't know how it works, really. But yeah, it works with like a regular PS1. It's just like a mod you get installed, pretty much. I think one of the cores got canceled. I can't remember if it's like Sega Saturn or PlayStation, but one of them got dropped. But, you know, it's an open source kind of thing. So somebody might pick it up and start working on it again. So it may in the future, but right now, nope. Alrighty, and I'm already healed up here, so the menu is going to be a little bit shorter. So I'm going to start this, and I'll be right back. Whoops, I forgot a step here. Just double check. Keeping the time save. Just gonna do that, because I'm not sure if that guy is dead. He is. That sucks. Well, Karis is missing out on some XP, which sucks, but is not the end of the world. Well, you know, if that's what works for you, then yeah, definitely do it. Could just cut down to the ones that you really want, you know? Games that you have a particular affinity for. Maybe that'll work. Honestly, like, had I discovered, like, EverDrives and whatnot earlier, I probably wouldn't even have a big of a collection of games as I do. It's like, I used to just be buying, like, carts and stuff all the time, dude. Now I just kind of pick and choose the ones I want. Oops. Ding. Oh. I got caught on the second ding. The second ding means the gin already. I gotta stop by the Sanctum. I don't want to pick Karis up with Cinder. I'd rather just go for the guaranteed. She also missed some XP, so I don't want her to miss any battles. It's gonna make my avoid wear off a little bit sooner, though, I think. Yeah, I'm looking forward to checking that out. I know it's a game that's held in, like, pretty high regard. And, like, never came to the US. Well, yeah, equip that, too. Maybe that's why she died, because I forgot to equip the kimono. Sweet, I can just foot it out of there, man. I think I'm gonna get encounters, but I can probably flee from him first try. Okay, this is the salamander room, is what I've dubbed it. Because of that. Here we go. Oh my god. What the heck was that? Mm. That really sucks, dude. That, it's not the worst thing in the world. I'll say that. Oh, you know what? I should have overwritten Whirlwind. Or no, Fireball, rather. No biggie. Okay, this is where you kind of hope for no salamander encounters. It's pretty highly unlikely, though. Yeah, like I said, that room where you're kind of running around the central column, that's the only room I really worry about getting an encounter in. And it's pretty much always a salamander that's gonna pop out there. The rest of the rooms are like so close together that the encounter is just a reset. Like when you enter the load zone, so not really too much of an issue. Go. Could be bad. It's not bad. Despite all that, still gonna be 2 minutes ahead, huh? argue with that at all. Do need to stop here, unfortunately. I mean, I guess I was headed that way anyway. And Karis should be able to get this, right? No? Interesting. I even... Oh, she got an oil drop, huh? I was gonna say, I used a little bit more from her inventory, so there should have been a slot open, but... Nope. I shouldn't need to use that drop, to be honest. But it gives me an option again. It gives me another option against Ice Queen, which is pretty nice. And it's faster than Ragnarok, so I can just throw it on Matt. I think I'm gonna run that line from now on. Up through the forest. There's no reason not to, right? You got on a void at this point. And I think Karis has the soul mask because her inventory is full. Yeah, right on the money. This is like the best automated cutscene in the game, in my opinion. The others just aren't as good. One more thing. I always want to cut that corner tighter than what I need to. Just gotta get over here. Yep. I think I may have gained some time here. What's the best line to run? Here? Nope. It's too far to the left. Yeah, that's a good split. Staying ahead, staying alive. Okay, so 2 Jupiter and a Mercury. And then for Matt, 3 Mars and a Mercury. And then for Tyrell, 3 Venus. Three Venus and a Jupiter. And then for Abidi, you never touch him. And then you have to end up with a... Oh, you should end up with Bark, actually. Let's trade that out. Do that. Do that. Don't need that. And then Breath. One more thing. Karis has a Zol ring, and then you give that to Tyrell. Boom. Do a round of healing. Why am I doing this? It's no, and then it's yes. It's that simple. I'm glad you just don't go right into this boss fight, though. So a lot of the times I forget to do the full menu. All right. Oh. It's a good character to use that on. Well, this sucks. Couple extra turns there. Probably could have taken her out in like maybe one extra turn. I was thinking that that oil drop would have done it though. Lost a bit of my time save, but it's no big deal. I guess the general rule of thumb there is if she does that ply well, then you need to hit her with you need to keep hitting her with like Arid Scorch. Amidi is gonna do nothing because he's not gonna do any damage whatsoever, really. Zone rings on Tyrell. Give that to Amidi. Probably could have been like 3 minutes ahead here. It's unfortunate. She decided to ply.
and I decided not to react to it very well. Every time. I want to turn too sharply there. That's too far. Every time, dude. I think I'm just gonna start moving with the D-pad all the way through this area. Seems to be the best way to go. Yeah, what spot do you have to get to make that cycle? That's what I want to know. I always line up at the edge there, but I don't think you have to go there. Just gonna wait it out. Don't feel like losing time unnecessarily. It's you, Mario? It's crazy. What is Mario doing here? Okay, that's a good split. That is one super excellent gold split coming right up. And now it's everyone's favorite. Craggy Peak Ruins. The old Zodiac clock. The most exciting portion of the run, right here. I'm pretty sure it's like Leo, but I don't really keep up with that kind of stuff. July, actually. Hmm? I have no idea. Said I think it's Leo. But I don't know. I don't really keep up with it, so you probably would know better than me. I'm getting better at this game. I mean, I guess it's really only if you put any stock into that, to be honest. Oh shoot, I think I mapped this out wrong in my picture. I'm definitely losing some time on this. Look, it's Leo right now. I don't know why I walked this far into the room. Maybe because the range is like right there. Oh man, this part is just so tedious. It's like the one puzzle complex in the game that isn't all that fun. This one is from here, right? It's not. It's later on. Probably gonna get an encounter now. Be surprised if I don't. I didn't. It's pleasant. Oh, first one. Chimera too. Let's see. Right, I could actually really take some of these encounters. Karis has gotta catch up. I'm only taking them if they're Chimera, though. Don't really care about the rest. Okay, I'll get that one. Standing a bit too close here. See, I've never kept up with any of it, but I have found like the underlying like mechanics and all that kind of fascinating. And I've always wondered like how it started, you know? Like who came up with this whole system? Are you a Scorpio? That's why you're saying that? Is it because scorpions are like waiting in the grass or waiting in the sand ready to strike? And this is the one from over here, yes? Ah, dude. Ah. I feel like I've gotten away with murder in some of these antechambers. Boom. Boom. Yep, coming up on it. Encounter. I knew it. My God. Does frostbite kill them both? It does. That's kind of crazy. I didn't know there was like an elemental part to it. Should really bring up Karis Cam here. How's she doing on life over there? Okay, good. I kind of wanted to fight because I didn't want to risk it. But I think I'm at a high enough level to get away from a lot of these now. I've been fighting fairies that haven't been parties of 3 or more. Just because they're like super quick, so generally it's like a second time flee, so I might as well just kill them with frostbite, you know? Oh, here it is, Scorpio. It's like one of the few like actual puzzles in this complex. There he is, waiting in the sand. There we go, big money Capricorn here. I started gaining a lot of time, like once I started doing this puzzle a bit more efficiently than I was. Yep, I knew it. He was gonna stop pushing because I wasn't dead center. Two more. I don't know. I just never really got into anything like that. Oh man, that was quite efficient. It's Judgment, right? Woo! That's for the time save right there, too. Okay, I can switch them back now. All right. Not a bad little section here. Not a bad section. I think I was behind by about like 10 minutes or something last run. Maybe on the next split? I think it was on the next split. Oof. There it is. Oof. Probably the original oof, huh? Yeah, the soundtrack to this game is pretty dang good. There's a couple tracks that are like kind of misses, but overall, the quality is pretty high. I mean, as you would kind of expect from this composer, right? And there's still some really good tracks to come. Still got a good, like, at least, like, 3.5 hours or so. Yeah, it's a long speed run. It's varied up pretty well, though. The section that usually, like, destroys my run is coming up. Morgal Overworld. It can be pretty harsh sometimes. Because you're using psi energy that costs a lot. Like, Frostbite is probably the most efficient way to get rid of most encounters. And then you have to traverse the overworld so much that you're just prone to get a bunch. And then each cast is like 20. And Immedi at this point only has like 70 something. So it's kind of significant. Yeah, it had a lot of that stuff going on. I think the 3DS, not so much. But definitely the original. And if it done really well, like, you can't even tell, like, a lot of the stuff is 3D. Like, if you look at Ninja Turtles 3, like, the backgrounds are all, like, fully rendered 3D. But you can't even tell, it, like, blends in, because, the foreground is done so very well, you know? I don't know, there's a lot of good indie games, too, coming out nowadays that are, like, 2.5D. Just look really nice. Well, I should say, you know, in the last couple of years. Elevate, what's up? How's it going? She doesn't have it. She does have it. Oh, just hiding things out in the environment? It depends on the kind of game, you know? Like, if the game is already geared towards exploration, then... I don't know, I think that's fine. If it's not, then that kind of sucks. Like, if it's a game like this, where you're probably going to be turning over every stone looking for stuff, there might be something that's really advantageous there, then that's absolutely fine. Like, you're probably gonna look there anyway. But you might not, depending on how those mechanics are, you know? Well, you know what? I'm gonna save a little bit of time here. So I believe I got like 2 encounters or something in here, like when that's pretty rare. Dragon Quest also hides stuff in like pots too, like little mini medals. I have not played Final Fantasy V. I probably will this year. We'll see. Okay, so single-use move. And then I gotta use Cold Snap twice. Yeah, we gotta move that channel point goal along. I set it to 50,000. I think 80,000 was a little too high. 50,000 actually got bet a little quicker than I realized. A little quicker than I thought it would. But I do think that's a good mark for those things. Yeah, I fully expect that. Like, it's a Super Nintendo era RPG, which could have like pretty cryptic clues. Oh, I'm gonna get an encounter out here now. I usually get one out here anyway, so it's not like a big deal. I probably don't need to go full in with this. That took care of it. You see, I appreciate that. Some people will just come into a chat and then kind of spill everything they know about a particular game. and then they'll say something that's just kind of out there at that point. And, like, changes the gameplay experience, you know? The power, like, I'm not sure what you mean by that. Yeah, there'll be like sometime during the week. I'm just gonna pick one day a week and try to keep that day so it's, you know, consistent. Pop on for a few hours. Okay, so there is a swap that I don't do. With the Jin here. I'm not sure what it's supposed to do. It might get immediate to a point where he has more psi energy. I don't think so, right? Maybe. Says chill should go to a meaty. That would actually give him at least a bit more mercury power, but I don't know if he necessarily needs it. It's pretty good as is with the 3. I have no idea. I wouldn't even be able to tell you, to be honest. Okay, I'm pretty sure you can get encounters here. Can get him here, though. Ooh. Ooh, the no encounter walk up to Belinsk. The less encounters I see on Morgal Overworld, the happier I am. Yeah, you retain more psi energy for when you really need it. And it's like, you pretty much gotta fight everything. Oh no, that's the band. So there's like a little subplot here where you have to reunite all the band members. And they're kind of split up over the towns in this area. Which you have to go to anyway to hit certain story triggers to continue on. All right, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Yeah, it's just way faster to fight here. And you got to get her up to 18 to the point where she can start using Tornado. So I think you get access to Revive here. At least when they get to level 19. Yeah. I like when the music is a little bit different and there's like an actual band that's sort of playing the music, or the music is affected somehow by the characters in there in the town. Like Adventures of Mana, when you go into Jad. Oops. When you go into Jad, there's like no music at all. And then after you beat Davius, then it all comes back. So I forget his name, but he starts playing a melody for his sister. I've always thought that was kind of neat. Yeah, so this next stretch from Border Town to Port Rago is so bad. Yeah, they just reuse the town name. It's pretty common. It's used like pretty much across the series. Which they're all derived from. Well, most of the town names are just derived from Final Fantasy Adventure. Secret of Mana kind of had its own thing going on. And then they changed up a lot of them in Trials too, but they did keep some of the town names. Yeah, it's just one of those reoccurring elements. Just a desert town. Well, I guess Jad in Trials isn't a desert town either. It's like a port town. I probably don't have to use Frostbite on one Direwolf. In fact, what the heck do I need to use on this direwolf? I can do that. It makes a fight a little bit longer, but it gives a meaty an opportunity to recover. Yeah, see, I've only got like 2 more casts. That was a good trek overall, I'd say. So I can't think offhand what my favorite town in an RPG would be. I can say there's like a town in Popo LaCroix that's kind of nice. It's like a nice seaside town. I actually forget the name, but it's like probably the 3rd town you come to in that game. Alright, let's go ahead and give him some of those. Because you don't regain psi energy down here. Am I from the city? Yes, I was born in a city. Grew up in a city. Kind of interested in moving a little further out from the city, though. Yeah. I lived in a smaller city. It's like south of Tokyo. So it wasn't quite in that metropolitan area. Everything's kind of like congested and busy all the time. Pace is a little bit slower. And I would go out to the countryside quite a bit. Would go hiking a lot. It's like, I actually really loved hiking over there. Whew. I'm just like burning through this, man. This is a decent run. It's gonna be a shame when it dies to Chaos Chimera at the end. So I think I'm gonna go with the regular strat. Because I haven't practiced the new stuff. Yeah, depending on where you go. Just like anywhere else, there's some places that can look kind of bland. Definitely went to plenty of those. What is their weakness? It ain't that. It's probably Mars, right? Yeah. So the Man of Wars pop up, I can probably just go ahead and Arid Scorch him. See, that's like 20 Psi energy I didn't really even need to spend. I was out there for work. Or do you mean on the countryside? That was pretty much just for hiking. Hiking and visiting places. That's about it. Visiting people. Well, I hate this. I'm gonna try to take them out before they divide. That ought to do it, right? Just as far as I was out there for work, and I've met some people, so I have some friends that are over there, so I guess that counts. Yeah, I still have a few people that I talked to over there. Probably will go visit them after everything calms down. Pretty crazy in the last couple of years with all the COVID stuff, and now the Olympics are over there. Oh, dude. Go in there. Cool. I'm going into Phantasmal Bog at a fantastic time. I'm actually going to be really far ahead here. And kind of the rule of thumb I use in Phantasmal Bog as far as encounters. If it's a succubus, you're probably not going to run away. At least not in the first couple of tries. So it's probably faster just to fight them. Look at that beautiful split. Yep, there's a succubus. Succubus took Tyrell down. It's really unfortunate. I need him. I've got Cinder, though. I can pick him up on the next go-round. I just need to do this here, so I don't lose anyone in the process. That's unfortunate, because he's not going to regain... Oh, he is going to regain Psi Energy, huh? I didn't even realize it worked like that. I mean, it's kind of like working any other place. I learned Japanese anyway, but the place I worked, everyone spoke English anyway. Phantasmal Bog, yeah. This is, Oh, wait. No, this and this. There we go. No, I'm not fluent. I can speak to people, though, and have conversations. Okay, I need an encounter. No? No encounters? Not getting any here, at least. There's always kind of a chance that I get one the first time in this room. I could get the gist of what's being said. Probably won't fully translate it, though. Encounter, please? Oops. Thank you. No! That was a long encounter, and this is still not the greatest situation in the world. Oh, what? I didn't go up here. I keep getting just those succubus encounters, man. I guess this isn't really any better. Trade one for the other, huh? No. Actually, Amidi is level 19. I should have Revive now. Shoot. It's got... Well, that's not good at all. I seriously thought that was a thing. That's not good, dude. Okay, a single succubus. Oh, it's definitely kind here. Alright, no more encounters. Jeez. It's intense for a bit, man. Pretty kind. Good. Look at that. Yeah, my time is being burnt up. It's weird. I should have access to revive now. Still don't understand how to unlock it, I guess. Okay, Amidi's got enough for Frostbite cast. That's what I need. And then, let's see, for Jen, 3 Jupiter and Cinder. You go up there. And then Matt needs 3 Mars. Let me grab this Mars. 3 Mars and Doldrum. That means you, Sirocco, can go up here. And then Tyrell needs 3 Venus plus Spark. Full stack of Venus. Boom. Full stack of Mercury. Boom. And then you end up with Sleet, Vine. Let's see. Breath should go up here, right? Chill, Sirocco. Boom. Boom. And then... who is, Doldrum? There we go. Okay, Amidi's at 16. Just gonna go ahead and give him a Kieran Water then. And then items doled out. Weasel Claw. Who has the Weasel Claws? Matt has the Weasel Claws. You have one to Karis. Give one to Amidi. And then Matt has a Bramble Seed. He's got 2 of them. And then I think that's it, right? Yeah, Karis, Matthew, Tyrell, Amidi. Karis, Matthew, Tyrell, Amidi. Karis, blah, blah, blah. Okay, let's go. Whew, thank you for the luck. Gonna... lost a couple minutes here. Nothing terrible though. All right, so Weasel Claw. Oh shoot, I forgot to give Karis the Zol Ring. Weasel Claw, Bramble Seed, pretty much just the item round, right? And then what does Tyrell do? Right, he barks, and then bam. He put up Sludge Shield. That kind of sucks. Thor, Doldrum to lock you in place, and then yeah, Meteor, just a summon rush, right? Boom, and then Boreas, right? Hit him with everything. Sludge Shield kind of sucks. I'm definitely going to need to summon Judgment here. Hit him with an Arid Cast and a Frostbite. Oh, what a jerk, dude. Yeah, no worries. Alright, I'm gonna actually do this. Boom, lock him in place. Another round should kill him. You're gonna take this damage, buddy. There we go. Well, he decided to be a butt. And that fight was kind of awful, but I took a good backup route there.
That was definitely a good backup route. So Sludge Shield like reduces your damage by quite a bit. And he just kept doing it. So that just extended the fight by a couple turns. Yeah, so probably lost another couple of minutes. Nothing terrible, though. Still gonna be green. Give that to Tyrell. You probably got Ninja Garb. Give that to Karis. Boom. And then the Zol Ring, Meaty should already have that, yeah. Okay. Meaty also has, like, no PP. But it doesn't matter. Short trek to Colima Forest, and this is an area where you regain PP, so you just walk around and soak it all up. Also, this music is so good. No, I actually restarted it. I restarted it and I lowered the point total. So everyone that contributed got a refund on their points. Yeah, because it wasn't moving anywhere. Probably because I started alerting like Golden Sun. So all the mana people kind of went away. Yeah, I decided just gonna start it fresh. I don't know how far into it I am. Oh, did I not hotkey growth? That's funny. Okay, I lost like a second or two from that. That's kind of funny. I think this is my favorite song in the game. Having heard like pretty much all of them now. I don't know if there's any special ones for the extra bosses. But this one's pretty good. I don't see any really topping this.
Okay, so I don't really need a lot of XP going through here. And I should be at the level where I can just run from pretty much anything in Talon Peak without too much fuss. I think Dirges, though. Dirges will still get me. Not my best time through here, but it's still pretty dang good. Lost a bunch of time in the beginning. In fact, let's go ahead and do like a little mini review here. I lost like 2 minutes, obviously, in Phantasmal Bog. Pretty good, though. Like, I've been picking up a lot of time for like Sand Prince on. Cutscene's so long. Kind of like kills the pace here. Of the game in general, though. Not the speedrun pace. Could you get this cutscene, and then there's one up in the junction as well. And this is very, very important. So I tend to match with A and B. There are certain points in the game where you just want to match with A because you need to accept something. This is one of those points. Basically, if you don't see these guys join into your party, then you're not going to have the slap glove. If you don't have the slap glove, you're going to be in for a rude awakening when you get up to Talon Peak. Dang it. I did it. Yeah, you gotta mash A like right at the end there. Luckily you don't lose too much time if you make that goof. Whew. I actually almost split there. Course. Should have just run, dude. Take care of that, I guess. Jeez. That was the thing. Shoot. Not good. This is an awful situation here. No, come on. I'm dead. Dude, I just lost so much time. God. That was pretty dead garbage. That's like maybe a 5-minute time loss. Just caught in a really bad situation. There's like no way out. That's how crappy it can get up there, man. And then Kolima Village doesn't have a... It has an inn, but it doesn't have a sanctum. The worst thing about this is that you're pretty severely punished for dying at Talon Peak. I swear, dude, I could never get time save here. It's crazy. Like, if I get up there now, without too much frustration, then I'll still be green. But yeah, if you die, then you have to come back through Kolima Forest. If you come back through Kolima Forest, then you get that little cutscene. Sucks. And then you have to eat any encounters along the way too, right? I feel like I just get so unlucky here. And maybe it's something I'm doing. Maybe I just don't know the arrangement it takes to get to revive. That should have it by now. Just my luck, man. Yeah, revive would make this kind of infinitely better. Because the thing I'm relying on is Cinder. And as you can see, Cinder has a chance of just not working at all. Where with Revive, I'm all good, you know? I don't have to be in battle. Just use it on the field, recover my Psi energy, and it's all good. Alright, let's check the gen. So, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so she doesn't change even. And then 1, 2, 3, and then you need Bark. Where's Bark? Work. And then full stack, right? and then full stack, and then you end up with Sleet, Chill, Vine, Sirocco. And then who goes in? Tyrell is swapped here. Who has the slap gloves even? Oh, you know what? I don't know. I don't even know how I hit that split. Oh, shoot. Going backwards. Need to undo that, right? About to be red. Dying just ate my entire time save, dude. All right, I've got lots of time save in the last third. I think I'll be good. Hello, red split. I won't be too far into it, though. Nothing that can't be made up later. Alright, Thor, right? It's funny how the mountain rock is like weak to Jupiter. Like you wouldn't expect a bird to be weak to like kind of wind power, but I guess Jupiter's lightning too, right? That's okay.
It's a pretty good mountain rock fight, at least. Like, gain a little bit of time, but I'm still gonna be red, for sure. Gold split, even. Oh, right, his gen aren't recovered. Should be another ding, right? Alright. Two dings and get a void. I do wonder if I can save time here. Oh, I can actually run now. Good. Bum ba dum bum 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 bum. Okay, so at least my notes are checking out this run, right?
second favorite dungeon. This is a good one too. Who has the shards this time? Karis? Nope, Matt. I gotta look at how this dungeon is done. I feel like you probably don't have to get this next cutscene. But I don't know. Like, if I could reduce this by 1, that'd be great. You get a cutscene going into the dungeon proper, too. Right here. Yeah, a couple of big cutscenes. Let's go. Oh, that's like right on the edge of the area. Wrong way. Karis, Tyrell, Svita, and Amelia, right? Yep, so we're all lined up there. And then Karis, 1, 2, 3, 4. She needs Doldrum, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. And Cinder, Tyrell, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Venus. And then these two swap. Double Thor strats. Let's go defend, and then Thor, and you're dead. And that's for Tyrell. Oh, whoa. This is a silly place to lose time, but it happens so very often. It's so weird that that ledge is right there, right? Like, grip goes further than that. Probably lost maybe about a minute or so in there. Can I move him from here? I can, actually. So this is where they try to get you with this puzzle. Anytime he stops motion, he just attacks, right? Or anytime he attacks, he stops motion. So even if he, like, knocks down a guy, he stops. So you just gotta keep him going in that same direction. This is a pretty lengthy one to mess up, too. It's pretty hard to mess it up, though. I just kind of risked it there. Risked losing a couple seconds. I didn't even think it could go that far. Figured I'd try though. Oh, what? That's, not crush. Man. I think I'm gonna end this sooner. I might gain some time here. Yeah, I don't think this is gonna be 5:11. Like, I'm almost through. It's been a pretty clean dungeon so far. And I'm gaining time because I usually spend, I don't know, like a minute or so longer in that little peg room. I got a graphic though. I got a graphic that I made earlier that points out exactly what to do, so there'll be no more of that. Bah. Actually, what the heck am I doing here? You do that. Well, that was kind of weird. I always want to go for Mars first. Just go backwards and go for Mercury. Oh wait, I've got Speed in the party now. Yeah, I'm about to save like 4 or 5 minutes here. Okay, double check here. Should have Chasm. And then should have Spheda should have all of these. Teardrop. Amidi should have all of these. Matt should have Vine. Everyone else is A-okay, so let's do this. I forgot to swap in Matt, but I can do it in battle. Should be all good. Okay, maybe not saving that much time. Saving a pretty good chunk though. Oh no. You go back. I want Matt. Oh, jerks. Everyone wants to shield up. Oh my god. Gonna have to go a few more rounds. Let's see, backups. What do I do here? Yeah, this fight's about to go downhill real quick. What I can do is this. Let's swap in a meaty. Gonna say they gotta be dead soon, right? Okay, there we go. Well, that fight sucked. I gotta say, this run, I've been working my backups. I have been working those backups. Kind of sucks. I think Shadow Shield cuts your damage in half or more. So it's like pretty much every time they use that shield, the fight gets extended by another turn. I don't know. I'm probably red here. I'm just gonna say I am. But then I've got a little bit of time to make up on the rest of the run. Pretty much from here on. And then like a whole hour to make up on Chaos Chimera. Yep, I'm in the red. That fight was absolutely terrible. Well, I don't know. I've been saying that. But the fights themselves... The actions the bosses have been taking have been terrible, but... my reaction to them has not been too bad. Hey, what's up, Curb? How's it going? There's been a lot of people coming through that I haven't seen in a while. How have you been? That was my split. It was a little bit late. Playing the Legend of Mana Remaster. How are you liking it? Got a little bit of time to chill here. There are some fairly long cutscenes in this next group. Yeah, but they threw some new things in there, right? I don't know if you have seen those. They threw the mini games in there that were on the PlayStation. I wanted to say PSP, but whatever like the proto PSP thing was, that were only in Japan. They threw those on there. Then there's like the remastered soundtrack and everything too. But yeah, base of the game is the same, except quicker loading times, better visuals, and whatnot. I know. And sometimes people get remasters and they realize that the game was not as good as they remember. So, it's always like to ask. I'm going to use it as an excuse to actually jump into Legend of Mana, like proper. I've played it a couple times before, but just got into the first city and kind of ran around. Couldn't really find where to go next, and kind of put it down. But it was never anything like really serious.
Let's see. So I really want to plan out these next couple of sections. I think maybe... So, yeah, so when I get Himi, she's going to have all those gens stacked on her. All those Venus gen. I'm wondering, should I put the rest on Spheda at this point? And then keep Karis loaded with an Eclipse. And then what, Tyrell's on the front line too? Well, that's before Himi, right? This is after Himi or Yamada, so it'd be Amidi, Matthew, Spheda, and Himi. Yeah, so maybe I should keep Matthew loaded with an Eclipse and Amidi as well. Actually, my party is supposed to change here, too. Yeah, it's supposed to be Karis, Tyrell, Spheda, and Amidi. Pretty good front line. So yeah, if you haven't seen this speedrun before, this is going into the final third of the game. So, ideally, the speedrun is about 7 to 7.5 hours long. The final boss is actually a threat. And, can give you a bad time. And that's why my time is currently at 9 hours. I went into the final boss at just over 8 hours on my last attempt, and he just wrecked me for the better part of 60 minutes. Which is unfortunate. Really unfortunate. Yeah, so this is a route that doesn't do any of the recently found out-of-bounds clips. This game just got broken wide open, and there are people working day and night to find more clips and whatnot. So it's a pretty exciting time. Certainly an exciting time to jump into this. So I kind of just started learning it. I started learning this route, and then all that stuff was found, I think, like the week after I started learning. Maybe 2 weeks. And I haven't learned any of the new stuff. But it makes the run start quite a bit faster. Because the times have come down like about an hour and a half from the world record. About 2 hours from average. Which is a huge, huge optimization. So, for this segment, this eclipse has happened. It changes the world As soon as you get inside the radius of the eclipse, some super strong monsters start spawning, and you get introduced to them right here. This is all leading up to going to a super weapon called the Apollo Lens. And to get there, you need to gather up what's called the Umbra Gear. So, that's what I'm going to be doing for the next bit. Also, summoning this dragon that shoots lasers a lot. So yeah, a lot of this run is pretty chill, pretty straightforward. On the back third of it, this game is broken up into thirds. It gets kind of difficult. Like, the difficulty just ramps up quite a bit. Okay, I got one more cutscene before I get into it proper. Hoping to be done here in like 2 hours. But I'm not super efficient yet in going through these final dungeons. Oops. Also, we've got to collect these orbs. So we're gonna get we need the red orb, the blue orb, and the yellow orb to get through the endless wall. Her brother, Volachek, is gonna give us the blue orb. See, 5:32:20. I think I'm not gonna save that much time here. It's gonna be a little bit though. So, the way you're meant to do this back part is go get your last party member, and she has an ability that allows you to kind of search, reveal secrets in an area, and you're meant to go to pretty much the North Pole, and then you get a map to where the Umbra Gear is. But if you know where it is, you can just take her, and her ability gets you into each one of those dungeons. So that's kind of the order here. So yeah, the goal is to destroy that tower that just raised up and it's causing the eclipse. This one's almost over. And jump into the next dungeon. And all these dungeons are pretty dang easy. In fact, getting to them is a lot harder than the dungeons themselves. The first one is kind of a longer one, though. Alright, so... yeah, first stop, you pretty much start out right here. And let me go ahead and take all these gen off standby. So yeah, you see that kind of dividing line there. That's where the eclipse radius starts. Yeah, so Warrior Hill is like this big clockwork tower. It's kind of visually very similar to Ouroboros, like near the beginning. Has kind of the same mechanics too. And it's kind of a weird dungeon, like just in general. I don't think you need that much for this guy, right? I think I probably could have just have run. That's good too, though. The general rule of thumb is don't fight parties that are under 3. Some areas you might want to break that rule, though, because you're going to need to... you're going to need to start getting EXP for the rest of the game. Especially the final boss. Should probably kill, right? I have no idea what the avoid threshold is here, but it may be worth throwing one on. Oh, Tyrell. There you are. Not what I meant to do, though. Why? Why did I do that? So many, like, psi energy whiffs. Making up from the, beginning of the game. Okay. So you gotta get rid of that boulder right there. That essentially turns the dungeon on. It's a hydroelectric dungeon. Yeah, and all you have to do is really activate the rest of the machinery in here.
It's kind of weird though. So at certain points you have to like retreat out and then go to another place and then come back. Actually, 2 other places. Definitely want to make sure you're holding the right direction there. Go over here towards the dead gears. So all I'm doing is popping that lighter color gear over there into the mechanism and turns it on, raises one of the roofs. And then kind of go back and do it again for the other side, and you're all good. Only thing that sucks about this, like, I don't think there's a slope here, right? Yeah, there's none. You gotta run all the way back to the other side. Very annoying. Some of the setups in these dungeons are questionable. Like, why would they make you run all the way back here? I guess maybe the obvious answer is it opens you up for encounters. Okay, so that's one. And I actually need to go out there and grab a gen. Excuse me? There you go. Meaty has only Plywell right now. Okay, that works. That's fine. Oh no, dude, come on. I think you can catch a bad cycle with those things. Kind of ridiculous. So I just jump on there and I do hold to the left. Sometimes it's like the game just ignores that. So that's ultimately where I need to go. But you do need a key to open that up. So you have to do kind of the other part of this dungeon first. I don't think you have to go outside. I usually do, though. Maybe it's just a force of habit now. So yeah, just go through a bit of a cutscene here, grab the key, and then go back in there, finish the dungeon, and then I'm gonna go grab my next party member. It's crazy, like, you don't realize how long some of these sections are, man, until you like start looking at the times. So from the time I finish... Oh wait, I have the last split on here. So this split isn't all that long. But from the time I finish or exit the Luna Tower to the time I finish or get back on the boat leaving Haroon, it's like 33 minutes. It's crazy. It doesn't really even seem all that long.
Okay, who's gonna get the key? Probably Karis? Maybe Karis? Oh, Matt's got it. Okay, now I can go finish the dungeon and roll out. Just walk right in. Does Karis have it? Tyrell does. Okay, moving on. Saved a little bit of time there. Is this gonna kill? I don't think it is. Oh god. I gotta learn how to sail a line that is nowhere near that thing. Whew, windy out here.
Okay, so you get your last party member here, and she is kind of super good. Also, after you get her, you go over and set your death warp point. So I'm gonna be death warping a couple times, just to save myself a lot of backtracking. And this section isn't particularly long, it's just a couple of cutscenes here. No, I think Kimi is probably my favorite party member of the game. She's pretty good. She's like fairly versatile too. Okay, so looks like I should be running from Lizardman. Oh yeah, I'm ready for a trip, all right. So yeah, once you get the red orb, you gotta come back here. Couldn't get the turn, man. Couldn't climb the vine either. Jeez. So I lost a little bit of time here. Probably just with the encounters, right? Oh, actually, yeah, I don't set the, I don't set the death ward point just yet. It's Lonely Island... Yeah, I do it when I do that. Edge of the world, so Gaia Falls Cave. Coming up. Can you not get away from this guy? The heck was that? All right. All right. This freaking dude, man. All right, bro. I've already had enough of you. God. Luckily when you get Himi... she doesn't have to be on standby for this, right? Anyway, she has Revive. So that's super nice. Super nice to have her. Though a couple other characters have Revive, and it's actually something I need to work out because of the whole Talon Peak deal. Oh, that does work. That's what a more normal looking split should look like there. Before I ran into a bunch of pretty nasty encounters. So now the death warp point is going to get set. Okay, this is where you hold your breath. Lots of dragon spam. Oh, I can't get away from him now, I think, actually. Not until after I sail north. Okay, this is fine, actually. You just do a death warp on the way back anyway. Got like 80% less encounters this time. Should probably hotkey slap, yeah. How close do I have to get to this one? Not super close. I think I see why this party is set like this. It's good. It's clever. I like it. All the psi energy you need is like right up front. All right. So you start backtracking, but you hope for a death warp here. That's a good start. And 9 times out of 10, you're not going to be able to run. Oh, this is going so good. Oh, what? Reef can run away? That's crazy. That was almost very, very quick. Good. There we go. Wow, I'm saving a bunch of time here. Oh, okay. I'm supposed to go to the port, yeah. All right, now for the hard part. Into the eclipse. Might be a third time flee here. No? Fourth time. Wait. Why don't I have a meaty in the party? What the heck? Tyrell. You do that. There we go. Getting these single enemies, man. It's a good and a bad thing. Wow. This is tame, dude. This is very tame. It's interesting. Like, I'm almost through the eclipse already. Might as well, I guess. I don't think that'll be enough. I think he's resistant to that, yeah. Thank you for the follow. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Okay, we're in pretty good health here, too. I'll lay down Shine Plasma, too. A lot of these encounters up here, like, third, fourth time flee. So it's like you're better off just fighting. Need to get my levels up too. This is like the hardest dungeon to get to in the game. Hello, Mr. Grizzly. Oh, that did nothing. It's resistant. Okay, you made your point. Shoot. Okay, that's fine, that's fine. See, I hate kind of being in this position, where I could take on another couple of encounters, but I'm definitely going to take on more. I gotta go back through the eclipse. That's it. That's Snowdrift Shrine. Yeah, no worries, man. Yeah, it gets late. I've been staying up a little bit later, like, running this game. It's just like a combo of it being hot during the day, so I push back my stream time and this game being long. All the more reason to kind of cut it down, right? Cut down the time. Okay, I need some eclipses loaded. It's funny, you use eclipse so much on the actual eclipse monsters. Amity literally has... no psi energy. Okay, locked into this path now. Just gonna say no encounters. Oh, good. Oh, no. Okay, this is fine. So I gotta take a death warp out of here anyway. Yeah, so the way you're meant to do it is just get this map, and that will mark off where all the Umbra gear I just got was. Still missing 2 pieces. It's gonna mark off Burning Shrine now. Burning Cave or whatever. Who's alive? Matt's alive. Let's pop him in here. Oh, somebody else is too. A meaty. Oh, and Tyrell. Oh, okay. I shouldn't have revived so many people. Okay, this is fine. They're all gonna die pretty quickly. They're like 1 hit. Good. Okay, that warps me back to Tanfun. Oh no, I didn't mean to revive Reef. Okay, and I have some Kirin water. Yeah, I don't want to revive too many because I just gotta do another death warp right after. And the enemies down there don't hit quite as hard. Oh, what? There we go. Finally got a time in there. It's like one thing after another with that split. Okay, I guess you made your point. I'm kind of worried. Kind of worried that it might be too low level to run from these enemies consistently down here. This is a single enemy, so I guess I can't really count that. Or maybe I can. I don't know. Single enemies are pretty fast, though. Not the best situation in the world here. In fact, it's actually terrible. Have to burn a lot of time. Need some characters alive, though. Yeah, I didn't get enough levels off the Eclipse. So I'm like paying the price here. It's really, really unfortunate. God, dude. Come on. This is so bad. Like, I'm losing a couple minutes here just from these encounters. It's ridiculous. Haven't even made it into the freaking cave yet. Like, it's a good setup for the other side, but man. It is freaking rough getting in here. All right. Just do your oil thing, dude. Here we go. How did that not hit her? Where are you aiming? Okay, I suppose I should just split right there, right? Once I get back here. Almost done. So you don't get the top one, right? And this is where party members get mixed up. Okay, so Lady Moonring goes to Karis. Get rid of that. Yep. And then all the Eclipse gear goes to Speedo. That's the rest of the Eclipse gear. Matt? Nope. Karis? Okay, that's good. I do need to... Did I even revive Himi? I didn't. Ha! Okay, I can solve that right now, though. I need to rearrange the party, which I probably should have done already. I don't even know who I revived at this point. See, you're there, and you're there. Alright, so just Karis is down, huh? Alright, let's roll. Okay, and I should save some time here. Got a built-in time save. Oh, dude. I do that every single time. I just run right into that teleporter. It's not the end of the world. It just costs like a couple seconds, though. Okay, so pillar 1 goes to slot 3. Pillar 3 goes into slot 2, and this goes into slot 1. That's my time save. That's it. Actually, there's a couple. There's a couple in here. I think that's weird about this dungeon is I don't know where the sand is going. I have no idea where the sand goes. Let's see. So pillar 1 goes into slot 2. So we go here. Push that, and then over here, push that. Dang it. Those things have such a huge hitbox. You use 7 of the 8 characters. One of them isn't super useful. Actually, no. You do use him for a little bit of damage on the final boss. Final boss is the beast. It's definitely a beast. My last run went over by an hour because of him. So it would have been around like 8 hours or something, but yeah, it went up to 9:08. Kind of crazy. There has been a reroute, actually. I don't know that I'm going to do that fight when I get there, because I haven't practiced it. And I don't want to just, I don't want to have it unknown on that fight. So yeah, after this, I'm actually going to the end game. So you came in at a good time. Oops. Okay, I didn't know you could grip all the way across there. You can save anywhere you want to. That's the only time I usually save, though. right before the final 2 bosses. So I don't have to repeat a bunch of stuff. If you die on the final boss, it's better just to take the death and continue back to where you were. Because you're pretty much guaranteed an extra water of life, which is like a free character revival. And you're pretty much guaranteed to gain a level. To at least take the edge off a little bit. Oh, where am I going? But no, there's like it's not a save point. Can't think of the right word for it right now. But no, if you die to the final boss, then you have to trek back like maybe 2 minutes, if that. It's probably about a minute or so. So here we go. Actually, I wanna load up an Eclipse here, just in case. Yep, there we go. Oh wait, you're easy to get away from. Kind of. I'm gonna leave him down for a minute. Actually, no, I'm gonna pick him up. Because if I get another encounter, I want him to gain experience as well. It's a little unnecessary. This seed has been like really heavy with the encounters. I got a bunch like near the beginning of the game. It's been pretty generous with the Eclipse creatures though, I gotta say. I've been getting like pretty much singles. Kind of nice. That on. All right. The music is about to get super good right after this door. Alright, time for more laser dragons. Probably shouldn't use 2 eclipses in the same fight, right? That way I can always, like, rotate one. I just now thought about that. It's also probably just faster. Start making up some of those levels. Yeah, so most encounters from here on out is just pretty much spamming Eclipse. I think these guys are pretty weak to Jupiter. Nice, dude. The Claros Vita. How's it going? Thank you for the raid. Appreciate that. What were you playing tonight? Well, then you've come to the right stream. Yeah, this is a decent speedrun. Final Fantasy XIV. Haven't ever played that. I've never played like the original version or like the updated one. I hear it's like really good though. Oh, you're a Golden Sunday runner? If I can stream on Sunday, I try to stream this. I just learned this game. Oh, you just play it? That's cool too. Yeah, this is the only one I speedrun. The others I just play casually, which is still a really good experience. Okay. So yeah, I'm at the end of this game. You probably already know. Oh, these guys. It's ridiculous. Have you beaten this one yet? I'm assuming you have. Right, I come back to that spot. Yeah, Chaos Chimera is a thing. Like even in the speedrun, he's kind of ridiculous. Yeah, it's just an awful, awful boss. Oh my god. I just lost so much time, dude. Oh my god. I forgot he was even alive, but he's not going to be here in like a second. Yeah. It's over. God, dude. I don't even know why I respawned. Freaking Tonfun. Dang. I just lost like a good 5 minutes. This section can be kind of rough. Like the enemies have so much HP. And I was trying not to do double eclipse, but that probably is the best way forward, to be honest. Oh, wait, what was it? What was that? Sold all your... Took a break from it. Your girlfriend sold all your DS games back to the store. Dang. That sucks, dude. That's awful. Well, you should see the end here. Maybe about an hour. This isn't a good situation. Oh no, I have a capture card in my DS. So that used to be a pretty big thing. They're fairly rare now. Like the main company that was manufacturing them just went out of business kind of all of a sudden. Shoot, these encounters. I don't know how to take these encounters efficiently. Oh, that was my... dang it. Like... This is awful, dude. Not only am I, like, losing time from having to climb all the way back up Endless Wall, I'm, like, losing time to these stupid encounters here. That's not something you see every day. Yeah, this game doesn't emulate super well. I think there's like a new version of Decime that does a little bit better than everything else. In fact, they just actually added a emulator category on the leaderboards. Yeah, there is a in the older versions there was like a weird audio bug. Dude, these things, these Finrear, they're so bad. I think I should be summoning with Beta and Amidi. I think that's how that should go. Oh my god, dude. See what I mean? Like, this seat is like super heavy with the encounters. Like, it's particularly bad right now. Yeah, she has Shine Plasma and she has Tornado. Okay. Dude. I'm actually in the same situation. I can't do anything, dude. I'm losing more time. This game's just trying to deny me right now, man. It's freaking crazy. Okay, I guess when I'm going up the endless wall, what I'm just gonna do from now on, I'm gonna revive everyone here. That's gonna give me the best shot at survival. Because what I'm doing is it's just not working. And I gotta have them all revived anyway, right? Just ridiculous. This is like one of those sections that if you die, you're just screwed. Because the respawn point is like so far away. So yeah, I need to revive 8 characters and take them up. Like, I didn't even make it to the ascent, did I? Alright, third time's a charm, I guess. That's really frustrating to get to the end of a run and lose a bunch of time to stupidity like that. It's like the early in the mid game, it's so easy. And then you get to like this last bit and it just kicks you in the face. And you know what? Let's see. I actually should have more eclipses. Okay, now our reef has one. Oh, I didn't heal. Switch her out real quick. Make sure you have what I need. Okay, that's got to be the way I take this. Like I gotta put an eclipse on another character. And then all this like stopping to heal is pretty bad too. Oh my god, this game's just being incredibly mean right now. Like, I can't catch a break. Encounters, like, every 3 steps. Okay, back at it again. You usually get a fair bit of encounters, but the Eclipse monsters you can't really run away from. So it's like you're pretty much forced to fight him. And like this guy, like he's super tanky. And you do have the avoid psi energy, but the enemies are just way too strong. Like, you don't meet the threshold at this point. So it's kind of useless. Like, usually the game isn't this mean. Like, it's been kind of crazy. I lost like 10 minutes probably. 10 minutes or more. But I guess now it's just time saved for the next run. But yeah, this is actually crazy. I have not seen so many encounters like jam-packed in here before. Yeah, and these Finmers, they're awful. I don't even know what to say. Like, ridiculous amounts of health. Like, I'm not getting to Apollo Sanctum in 6 minutes. We're about to see a whole lot of time bleed here. But hey, I still have a bunch of time saved on the final boss, so there's that. And I'm actually super glad when I get to this room. So in puzzle rooms, you don't take encounters. And you can just recover psi energy, so you can just kind of walk around here like whatever. It's a nice spot of relief. Need a lot of Matt psi energy here. And maybe that's intentional there. Oops. Because they are throwing enemies that are like super hard at you. Maybe they just wanted to give you a spot to regain your psi energy. Okay, what's the play here? Roaring Dragon. Eclipse. So this run was going at least fairly well. I had a lot of gold splits. Oh, dude, I keep doing that. It's so easy to mix those two up. It's non-stop tonight, dude. Like, legit non-stop. And these enemies are like they're resistant to like everything pretty much. Like the difficulty curve is just so crazy. Oh boy, I should actually be fighting Chaos Hound like right now. So, recently this game was kind of broken, like, wide open. There were a lot of out-of-bounds clips found. And there was one found for this room, like, what, 2 days ago when I was streaming this? Which is, pretty funny. Okay, which way? Left or right? I think it just goes right up there. Yeah. I need to memorize each one of those. Well, if the next run goes as well as this one, by the time I get here, that'll be a massive time save. As it stands, it's not. I can't believe I'm only like, well, yeah, I'm 2 minutes behind, which means I have a lot of time to save. So this is actually a really cool bit of puzzling here. Oops. So your objective is to get these giant wheels out of these rooms. And into kind of the antechamber out there. And then push them into place and the next wall drops. The first one is kind of simple. Dude, go. Go, go, go. Let's see, I need Whirlwind instead of Crush here. And these puzzles are actually simpler than I thought they were when I first came through here. Like the first time I came through, I had never seen this part of the game before at all. And it still took me like maybe 15 minutes or so to get through. Okay, that's 2. I think this one goes all the way to the left. Yep. And Mercury, I think this is my favorite one here. I want to say this is probably the one I had to put the most thought into. And the one I'm currently messing up. Don't worry about that part. I think you're supposed to come up here next, right? Yeah, you are. Do that. That guy to the side. Move you back. Okay. And we're good. Kind of. Gotta do one more thing. All right, it's 3. I don't know if it's faster to just like follow the wheel over or just use grip like that. Never mind the frame drops here. This section has a lot going on for a regular DS game. It's kind of crazy, actually. Camelot definitely knew what they were doing. They were working this console, man. I like constantly forget which way you're supposed to go in here. Think this is the right way? Yeah, okay. Oh, it's not, dude. Fooled again. Like, as I was climbing down the ladders, yeah, this kind of doesn't feel right, but I'm gonna keep going anyway. So you don't even have to move this statue. Right, you gotta go up here. Right, but you gotta unlock that one, right? You gotta go all the way to the left. So I should make that part of my notes. I actually think that's it, yeah? Yeah, Venus has like the super simple one. Pretty sure that's it. I just gotta get over there before the wheel. Rip. Rip that. So this is kind of the coolest part, right? So you line all these up on Venus, and it becomes like a silhouette. Wow, and I cleared that pretty fast, actually. And actually, might go use the bathroom before I get into the final fight. Might take a while, you know? Who has the blue orb? Karis, probably? Matt? Tyrell. It's a pretty cool sequence coming up. Okay, I'm gonna try to get the pole glitch and then use the bathroom real quick. So yeah, this thing is like a giant cannon, by the way. It's like one purpose. So I probably could have used the bathroom right here. Whenever it's too late now. Who got that? Svita? Oh, is it only in Matt's inventory? Nope. Oh, I'm too far, probably. Yeah. A little bit too far. Now, the yellow handle is the one you're supposed to pull. If you line up just right here, though... you can get that one. Alright, I'll be right back. So yeah, that's like a 20-second time save right there. I think that gets all of them, yeah? Oh wait, no. I think you can... I think you skip the... I think you just totally skip the yellow one. You get this one. It's like an almost free 20-second time save. You don't have to go through the cinematics. Well, all of them, at least. Alright, so... I'm gonna walk around to the center, and then I can save. So, my sub 8 was gone, probably with the first death on Endless Wall. I can still get a halfway decent time here, though. I gotta make sure everything is set up just right. 'Cause, Chaos Hound is an interesting thing. Can sometimes screw you over, but Chaos Chimera is like 30 times worse. Gonna do this. Oh, wait, it's a little ways back, huh? I don't know why I was thinking the Wise One statue was like right there. I can set up my gen right now, though. That's the one thing I can do. Okay, so she needs Bark, Chasm, and Chain. Bark, Chasm, and Chain, and then the rest of these go to Spheda. So she should end up with 6 Venus. And then everyone else, they should end up with, what, 3 Jupiters. Oh wait, Kite. Kite needs to go on Karis? Okay, so he needs 5. And then Shell. And then she needs 3 Jupiter, 2 Mercuries. And then, yeah, 3 Jupiters, 2 Mercuries. And then you always end up 1 short with Tyrell. Important that happens, though. Yeah, you always have, like, the odd man out here. Okay. Just want to double check. What is my order? My order's correct. Order is not correct. These two need to switch. I was gonna say, I got all the way over here with no encounter. It's crazy. So these guys are like weak to everything, and then they give you a bunch of XP, and then they guarantee a Water of Life drop, which is a free revival for a character. It's kind of nice. That's you. Heal up with Reef. And then I might get another encounter before I get to where I need to go. But I am going to go ahead and save. In case I die to Chaos Hound. Yeah, so the final boss has 2 forms. This is the first. And I'm gonna focus on just this creature that's in front of me. The other 2 are just annoyances. They try to do stuff. Most of the time, it's not too bad. And you can 2-turn this fight. Okay, and Spheda is like the superstar. It's a lady with the kind of grayish, pinkish hair. Not her. That one, right there. So if you ever played Trials of Mana, and you play with Kevin, and he has that beast form, they put something like that in this game. It costs Psi Energy, but it's very, very nice for long, drawn-out fights. Alright, here we go. So you want to pump up her attack as much as you can. And then she transforms. And then get shell, get covered here, get the damage reduction. And then kite so she can take 2 actions in the next turn. Okay, well, Shadow Shield kind of sucks. At 206, though. That's a very high roll. Jeez. And Chasm to eat all the damage. Psi Energy Slam. Twice. It's not gonna kill. Wish just to cover the spread. It's gonna take at least another turn. No! That is the worst thing that can happen here. Dude, I swear, dude, they know. They just know. It's awful, dude. Dang it. Do you have anything? I gotta get that off her. All right, let's do this then. Hello? Just gonna wish well, actually. Oh, what? Did I just randomly attack? Okay, now we're playing. She's dead. Oh no, okay. Barely alive though. One more slam is gonna kill, I'm pretty sure. Well, I guess it didn't kill like I thought. So we're going. We're doing things. $443. All right. Well, that took so much longer than it should have. Probably the best I could have done under the circumstances, though. Alright, now for the real fight. You do get like a little menu beforehand, which is actually very nice. It's very, very generous of them to do this. I don't like this. How's it going, Erica? Coming in right at the final fight, which is probably going to take an hour. All right. This is pretty hard. I gotta concentrate. Thanks for that, though. Appreciate it. Yeah, this fight is no joke. It is, oh, that sucks. It is pretty terrible. Like, all his attacks are just different degrees of, like, absolutely awful. No, it's not gonna, it's hopefully not gonna be an hour long. Shoot. Oh my god, he drained all of her psi energy. She has nothing. That complicates things, man. Also, Amelia's not supposed to be here. Who's supposed to be in his place? Tyrell? Shoot, what do I do here? Chasm? That's not good. She's the damage engine here. Well, that sucks. So Shadow Shield reduces the damage by like half. Which is not good when you're trying to get as much damage as possible on this guy before... Well, that is a complication I don't think I can come back from right there. Help? This is like the definition of not good right here. I don't know what to do with Speeda now. She has no psi energy at all. Oh, man. Alright, well, keep going with the plan. It kind of sucks because he's actually being kind of generous right now. Well, there goes Karis, and all her power. Okay, you have no gen left. Matt, come in. Speeda is useless, dude. She's absolutely useless right now. Alright, Himi's dead. And this is going downhill very quickly. I don't know how I'm gonna win now. Do I even have a path to victory left? I don't. It's always so close to when he dies, man. Yeah, my summons are pretty much done at this point. And then, what is he even gonna do? Oh. There's that. Yeah. That's what can happen. It's just not nice. Ideally, that's 4 turns. Who's my front row again? Yeah, when Speeda got knocked out, it was pretty much over. There was no coming back from that. With her with no psi energy, just being dead weight. So yeah, if you die to the final boss, you just don't reload your save, just come straight back into it. All right, let's not run out of psi energy here, right? Yep, round 2. Give her a high roll. Thank you. That's a decent roll. Oh, wait. You come in. I keep forgetting there's a thing at the beginning of each round like that. Just swap characters out. Wait, you go through and you use Venus, and then you use Rockney. So it's actually kind of a clever fight. It was just rerouted. I think a couple days ago. Oh, that is super mean. But ha, you hit the right character. You lose. Alright, I probably shouldn't get super cocky here. Reef, you're summoning, right? Summoning Venus, and then summoning Eclipse here. So all the gen that Himi, the character that's up front, she's using basically magic that reduces damage on the party. And then the third character there is using that as a summon. So pretty cool kind of thing. He hit me with Jin Blasts, which put all of them on recovery. So kind of a kind of put a halt to that. So this is going to be kind of scary. I'm going to do that. We're going to hit him with the speed punches. Matthew, I guess you could heal. That's what you're going to be here for. Hit him with this Eclipse. He's getting angry. Yes. Don't even understand how much of a relief it is to kill this boss, dude. It feels so good. All right. That's PB. Yeah, time doesn't stop right away. You got to go through a few more minutes worth of dialogue.
And this scene is actually pretty dramatic. It looks kind of silly when you're speeding through the dialogue, though. Basically, we're at this cannon. You gotta activate the cannon and destroy this giant tower that's causing an eclipse over, like, 50% of the world. But the light at the controls is, like, way too strong. So it takes Matt a couple tries, and then he doesn't actually succeed getting up there. And this is why time doesn't stop right away, because you actually have to play through this. And I haven't actually looked at it, but I think you don't actually get a choice between yes and no there. I think both options are yes when it asks if you want to help her. So that's her brother. That's Blados on the ground. And he's like kind of regaining his consciousness. And so he sacrifices himself to activate the Apollo lens. I like how it fires, but the tower doesn't actually get destroyed. There is a run on the board that's like 823. Now, had I beat Chaos Chimera the first time, probably could have beaten that one. $823.39. So time actually stops after the last text box, which should be from Karis, the green-haired lady. Oh look, Light Adept. Because that's the thing they wanted to introduce at the end of the game.
Okay. Whew. Thank you for the GG. Yeah, it took a while to build up to this. So I've been learning this game for about a month. And I've just kind of been going longer and longer each time. The idea was that my first runs wouldn't be like super long. That they would be in about the 7-hour range. I didn't account for that final boss though. Or a couple other sections. Like, I definitely lost about 30 minutes or so. Yeah, just from like free time save. At least. All in all, this run wasn't all that bad. Lots of gold splits. But yeah, running a game this long, it's like it's kind of a different beast. So I have to like plan out food and drink. The unfortunate thing is with this run, you only get a couple breaks. I mean, you can stand up. Like my USB cord is like long enough to stand up and kind of walk around. It's long enough to go to my kitchen, so I can like grab a snack if I really got hungry. Going to the bathroom is a different issue. Because there are only a few points in the game that are like completely automated. And one of them is like 2 hours in. And then the others that are kind of long enough are like right at the end. Yeah, so like Final Fantasy X, it's like a 10-hour speed run, but then it's like cutscenes, like you can't skip those. So you can just like pretty much do whatever. So it's not too bad, except you're on for like, 10 hours. Yeah, it's nice to like get up, walk around, look away, stretch and whatnot. Yeah, I well, here's the thing with this run. So, just a couple weeks ago, there were some out of bounds skips found. So the top 2 runs on the board are using those. And the other, I guess 3 now are not. They're like the legacy any percent category. And so that's why the times are so desperate. Because all the new skips and clips and whatnot, it lowered the runtime by about like 1.5 to 2 hours or so, depending on your skill level. And there are people like still going at it like day and night, like finding these things. So I think that the time definitely will not settle at that point. The other day,
They were talking about it going to like 5 hours, you know, 50x. Like chopping another like 30 something minutes off. And they said if there's enough interest, then the legacy any percent will just become any percent no out of bounds. I don't know about that. But yeah, thanks. I'm gonna hop off here pretty quickly, actually. Let me take a peek and see who's on. I don't know. I might submit this run. I kind of don't like submitting runs like, as I'm grinding the game. I don't know. Just to get something on the board, I guess. .007 Racing. It's gotta be good. Also, if you're not familiar with Golden Sun, this game didn't do super well, but they were very clearly setting it up for a sequel. So it would be like the first two games. So the psi energy vortexes, that was like a subplot that was dropped like before the first third of the game was done. And then they just bring it back here. So they come home, they don't find Isaac or Garrett, they just see that. And so the entire series ends with a cliffhanger.